Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Clarity Tarot and Astrology. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you guys are all doing very well and are excited for a live reading session. Today, we are doing live tarot and astrology readings here on the channels. If you are watching this in the live version, hello, welcome. You can get a live reading with me. If you open the description box, you'll see all of my live readings. You just donate for the one that you would like, and we'll do your reading right here on the stream. Now, before we get into that, I have something super exciting to announce to you guys. Of course, if you're on my email list, if you're following the channel, then you already know about this. You probably already signed up for this. But those of you who don't, I want to introduce to you my 2026 offering, the program that I have created to help you to glow up and win in 2026. And it is called the 2026 Year Ahead Experience. And this program is designed to help you become the most successful, the most attractive, and the richest version of yourself this year. And everything starts off with understanding what this year is even all about. Because if you don't show up with the right energy, then you're not going to get anything. So it's very important to understand what 2026 even is all about. And I have a 2 hour plus, it's really closer to 3 hours. It's like 2 hours and 47 minutes plus webinar explaining absolutely everything, explaining the economic and financial challenges that are coming up in 2026 that you need to be aware of, talking about the new love energy and how that's going to shift and change in 2026. So there's a lot of really pertinent information that you need to know to be able to make certain decisions. And it also breaks down every single month and what's going on in every single month in 2026. You can see exactly when the good months are, when the bad months are, so you can plan accordingly. So I've basically laid out the entire roadmap. And along with that, you get a workbook that goes along with the video. So you can create your own unique plan through filling out the workbook, and you will have a strategy going into 2026. So everything works together and is cohesive and helps to reveal the universal energies for you and pair that with your unique goals, plans, and dreams for the future. Now, on top of that, I also am offering 2026 year ahead personal readings. So if you want to know exactly what's going on in your chart, in your astrology, in your numerology, you want a tarot card for the year, you want me to basically tell you what this year is exactly going to be, then that option is also there as well. And those spots are already going. There's only so many of those readings I can do. So if you are interested in that, do go ahead and put your order in ASAP so I can start working on that for you. And those of you who do book a deluxe reading will get a 30-minute alignment call with me. So we'll do your reading and then we will meet and we will chat and we'll talk about your reading. We'll talk about your goals and plans for 2026, and we'll come up with a strategy and make sure that you are good to go before the year begins. Okay, so I am extremely excited about this. Those of you who know that 2026 is going to be a different year, those of you who are feeling called to be more, to become more, you know that life can be better. You don't want your life to stay the same in 2026 like it was in 2025 or 2024 or 2023. You're ready to move forward. You're feeling that activation. Then this is going to be your best friend. I can be your best friend as well this year. And that is what I aim to do. I aim to inform you with the right information. I aim to guide you and I aim to make you the most successful version of yourself so you can have all the things that you want in life. You can have the lifestyle, you can have the relationship, but all of that starts with you. You got to get you together first, and then the love, the money, the success, the happiness follows from that. Okay. All right, guys, link for this will be down below. It will be in the chat box. Okay. You can find the link somewhere. Just look for it, and I'm so excited to see you guys on the other side, okay? All right, other than that, I am also open for member readings, so if you are watching and you're a member of the channel and you would like to get some of your free monthly readings, we switched into December. And this is my first time going live in December. So everyone has free readings available. So if you want to use that on this stream, you can. And if you want to become a member of my channel and get access to all of the perks of being a part of my channel, which includes free monthly readings, which includes in depth behind the scenes content, ad free content that doesn't hit on YouTube, then you want to join that. That is an extremely valuable resource. And if you are someone that maybe is a bit more private and you don't want a live reading, but you do want a private reading, I got you. I do offer private readings, and those are on my website. Okay. The links for that are below. All right, guys, that's all I have right now. Thank you so much to everyone who has already signed up and joined. I am so excited for you. I'm so excited to work with you. I'm so excited to make this year everything that you hope it will be. And I'll be hanging out here for a little while. Just let me know if you have any questions or let me know if you would like a live reading. Hello, Rhoda. How are you? Hello, Lovey. All right, so let's go through your December transits. So, obviously, December is a big month for you because it's your birthday month. So, you have a solar return that is coming up here soon. And as we're in the weeks before your birthday, you can feel a little bit like run down. Okay. Yes, I'm happy that you're excited. And yeah, if you go for the deluxe option on the offer, I include a solar return reading for the year. So definitely something to consider there. So you kill two birds with one stone. But yeah, in the lead up to your birthday, when the sun is behind your sun, your energy can be kind of down, sort of low. It's like we're always asked to kind of wind down and wrap up the previous year before we start a new year. So you can notice this month that you're just like reminiscent, nostalgic, reflective, introverted, not really feeling super, lit up. But then once the sun comes in contact with your sun, right, you have your solar return, then the energy returns, then the energy comes back, then you feel motivated. And when you have your solar return, you're activated with a new energy for the next 365 days. So your energy can shift a lot on your birthday. So if you're feeling that way now, just know that's normal, especially because you do have Neptune that is really close to your sun as well. And Neptune kind of has that influence also. So that can be what you're feeling as of right now. But let's go through the month. So, first things first, yesterday, December 4th, we had the full moon in Gemini. You said I've had last half of the year. Yes. I mean, 2020, and I talked about this in the webinar too, but 2025 was the end of a 9-year cycle. We were wrapping up 9 years worth of crap in our life and shedding and healing and letting go to get ready for 2026. So that's why a lot of people have just been kind of like blah. People are burnt out, people are exhausted, people are drained. And that was kind of the energy that we knew we were going to have going into the year. So it's almost over. Literally, it's almost over. We're at the end. So, look up. Things are going to get better. Things are going to get way crazier. It's going to be like night and day difference to now. So, yeah, just know that that's all going to change. Um, but yes, yesterday we did have a full moon in Gemini, and that for you is in your second house, okay, of money, resources, and finances. So, sort of a theme that can be going on right now is you can be very hyper aware of what's going on in your financial situation for better or for worse. You could be having conversations or insights about finances. And this is happening at 13 degrees, which is an Aries degree. And Aries for you rules your 12th house, and the 12th house rules expenses. So you could have over the next couple of weeks potentially some surprise expenses come up or some big expenses that come up. Now, this is trining your north node in the 12th house, okay? So there could be expenses that you're having to make, but they're helping you to move forward on your path and move forward on your journey. You said, very, I quit my weekend job and I'm feeling it. It's forcing me to learn to budget. Yes, that is so very, makes complete sense for the full moon in Gemini, right? It's like Gemini is about thinking, writing, talking, and it's in your second house of finances. So, this could see you, writing down all your expenses, making a budget, looking at, money coming in, money coming out, trying to see if it's balanced or not, see where the imbalance is. So that's like very top of mind. However, as painful as it might be, because you do have Chiron in your second house, like it could be very, painful to do this. It's actually helping you to move forward on your path, right? Getting out of debt, budgeting, moving your finances towards the future is actually helping you. So it's like hard in the moment, sacrifice in the moment for payoff later. You said I've been paying off debt at the same time. Yes, just completely paying off one bill yesterday. Yes, that's exactly what the full moon can bring. It can bring completion to something of a financial nature. So, yes, you're using this energy perfectly. Okay. So, that will sort of be top of mind for you over like the next 2 months or so until we get to the new moon in Sag, which we'll talk about in a second, which also is going to have financial themes for you as well. So, this is a big money month for you. All right, on December 10th, Neptune is going to turn direct, and this is going to be in your 11th house of your goals, plans, and dreams for the future. So, with Neptune here, it's been likely, trying to help you to see the bigger picture of your life and align your life and your goals to your spiritual path and um, to align things in a way that makes sense for your life. And Neptune is soon going to move into your 12th house of endings and spirituality and healing and all of that. And it's going to come in contact with your North Node. And so I reckon that a lot of your future, I'd say at least for the next like 15 years of your life, is going to be about working in, the healing and helping industry, something to do with mental health, etc. So your life is really going to start taking off in that direction. And I feel like Neptune being here has just sort of been establishing that for you. And of course, you're working in a rehab center. That's exactly the type of stuff that Neptune would have you to be doing. So any like slowdowns that have been happening in regards to your ability to progress in that are going to move forward. And this also could see you as well, like going deeper into that and potentially even making more money into doing that. So Neptune going direct, I feel like is a very good thing for you. Then on December 11th, the next day, we'll have the third quarter moon in Virgo. And this for you is going to be in your fifth house of love, dating, and romance. So the third quarter moon is showing that there's something that you're needing to rethink, redo, or review. And this is, yes, it's a very, very, very exciting phase. I'm glad that you see it through excitement and not fear. So there's something that you likely need to redo, review, change when it comes to, yes, love, dating, and romance, but even deeper than that, just when it comes to the way that you deal with your inner child and the way that you express yourself and the way that you have fun. Okay. So, this whole lunar month started off with a new moon in Scorpio, which for you is your seventh house of relationships. And with having Scorpio on your seventh house, this makes relationships very intense, very deep. They can lean toxic very quickly. And with that being said, that likely has impacted your inner child in some way. Maybe not being able to express yourself or not being, encouraged to be creative and, have fun and enjoy yourself. And that could have affected you as an adult. Like as an adult now, you might find it difficult to just relax, just enjoy yourself, have fun. You might feel like, okay, I always need to be productive or I need to carry myself in this particular way. And this third quarter moon, I feel like is helping you to understand that, it's okay to relax. It's okay to let your guard down. It's okay to have desires. It's okay to want things and to not let your past experiences impact the way that you express your love, the way that you show your heart, right? You understand, okay, not everyone's a good person. Not everyone has my best interest at heart, but that doesn't mean that that's everyone and that love is possible for me. And to not let that, like weigh down your spirit and weigh down your inner child. So there's an opportunity to just kind of, free yourself from the bad experiences of the past. You said I start school in January. Awesome. I've had so many bad relationships all around. Yes. And I think one important thing before going into 2026 is to, go, okay, like that was my past experience, but this is what I want my new experience to be, or my future self is going to be someone that has good relationships. So I'm going to start identifying as someone that has good relationships. And spoiler alert, down the line this year, I definitely am going to make a relationship course. I am working on that already. So, yeah, but the big thing, and I'll talk about that, I talk about that in the 2026 experience, is starting to embody the energy that you want rather than identifying with the energy of the past. So, you know, that's a shift that can come online during this time. Furthermore, on that same day, Mercury, the planet of mindset and communication, will enter Sagittarius, which for you is your eighth house of death, rebirth, and transformation. So, and this is setting up for the new moon that is coming here. Okay. So, with Mercury through your eighth house, it means something about your mindset is drastically changing. When planets go through the eighth house, they come out the other side completely different. And for you, Mercury rules your second house of finances, okay, but it's also the house of your self worth and your self confidence. So as you continue paying off your debt, as you continue to budget, as you continue to move forward on your financial journey in a positive way, you're also going to start to understand the mindset that you need to have in order to have better finances, right? So, especially because you have Chiron in the second, that can kind of make you like have a lack mentality. Like, oh, I never have enough money. Money is so hard to make. Everything's so difficult. Everything's so expensive. And when you think like that, you act like that, you talk like that, you walk like that, and you live in that reality. But with Neptune going through the eighth house, it's like we have to change that mentality. We have to think bigger, right? Sagittarius. We have to think bigger. We have to think about the future. We have to think abundantly. Sagittarius is abundant. We have to think about expansion. How can we expand? How can we grow? How can we bring more money in through other resources? Okay. Eighth house money is not like second house money. Second house money is money that you go and you work for. You get up, you go and you work for it. Eighth house money is money that you make through other people. You attract money to you through various means, or you invest in something and you get a bigger return back. So, this is starting to get your mind open to making money in new ways because, there's only but so much work we can do. You can only have so many jobs, right? You can only do so much. You have to leverage, you have to invest, you have to find alternative methods to make more money. And that's going to be very, very, very important next year. You know, trying to do things like the old school way and just working a couple jobs, that won't work next year. So, Mercury going through your eighth house is going to help you to start thinking differently about money in a very, very positive way that aligns with the energy of 2026. Okay. Then December 15th, Mars will enter Capricorn. Yay. Mars loves to be in Capricorn. So this is awesome. And this for you is your ninth house. So with Mars in your ninth house, this can get you thinking very, very differently about your life philosophy, about the way you think life works, this can really come in and bust up any old, outdated ways of thinking about the world. Okay, because you have Capricorn ruling your ninth house, um, your viewpoint of the world, especially the one that was given to you as a child, tends to stay like fixed and traditional and the same. However, we're going through a massive shift and change. You already feel it, right? You can even look back, right? From the time you were younger to now, the world is different, right? But even more with where we're going, the world is going to be completely different. So you could have a lot of beliefs that you were given or ways of thinking that the world works that Mars is going to come through and go, nope, we got to cut that out. That doesn't work anymore. We got to change this. We have to do something completely different, right? Mars is going to hit your Mercury. It's going to hit your moon. It's going to hit your Neptune. It's going to hit your sun, right? Mars is coming in and just like boop, 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 hitting everybody. And what that shows is change has to happen for you on a high level. And you have to kind of sit on top of your life, like sit on the throne of your life or sit in the position of your higher self and look down at your life this month. Like almost come out of your body and observe yourself and observe the way that you're living life as if you were looking at yourself from another person's eyes. And think about, what are some things that I'm doing that don't make sense anymore, right? Are things that I'm doing that I don't even believe in, things that I'm doing that I don't even want to do, or like ways I behave that are just copying what I grew up with and really starting to bust that up. And I reckon that that probably is a big part of your solar return. So Mars is going to come in and start really shaking things up for you. Then on December 19th, you'll have the new moon in Sag. Okay, so that's going to be in your eighth house of death, rebirth, transformation, and joint finances and alternative ways of making money. So you're going to be starting something new here, starting some type of new venture, starting some type of new way of going about your financial relationships, different ways of thinking about your financial relationships. Again, understanding that, you know, a lot of the way that you do money now, a lot of the way you do relationship now, a lot of the way you do intimacy now is a product of your past experiences. But with this happening in your eighth house, it's time to rise above that. This new moon for you is going to be conjunct Uranus, okay? And Uranus rules your 10th house. So it's like you have to go about money, money that comes from other people, relationships, intimacy in a whole new way that aligns with where the world is going. So upgrading the way that you do deep relationship in money, again, is probably also going to be a big theme, not only of this year, but likely the way of the year ahead, right? Understanding that in order for you to get where you want to go in life, all you need is the money. Like that's it. You just need the money. So that way, everything you should be doing, everything you should be putting your time into should be yielding you the amount of money that you need. And if it's not yielding that amount of money, then you have to really think about it. You have to reconsider it, right? That is more important than, let's say, the relationship, okay? The right relationships will also have the money. You don't have to stay in relationships where the money is lacking. Okay? So hopefully that makes sense. Then on December 21st, Jupiter will square Chiron. So this is, I think, the third square now that we've had this season of Jupiter square Chiron. So you have experienced this before. but this one is different because now Jupiter is retrograde. So this for you is happening more in like behind the scenes houses or hidden houses. It's not necessarily happening like in your life. It's more about the way that you think. Um yes. Yes, that's it's this is great. This is like perfect timing to get you in the right mentality for 2026. Um so yes, so Jupiter will be in your third house, Chiron is in your 12th house. So this is talking a lot about your subconscious beliefs versus the beliefs that you're holding in like the real physical world. So there's something that you're having to heal. And again, it's like the bigger thing here, like the big thing here is you becoming in control of yourself, you becoming in control of your own thoughts, of your own mind, and the way you live your life, not doing things just because, oh, well, that's what everyone does, or that's what I've been taught, or that's what my parents want, or this is what, society does. It's like, no, what do you want to do? What makes sense to you? And what mindset do you need to have to live the life that you want to live? And that could be very, very, very different from the people around you. And for you to go to the next level financially, you have to step above everyone. You have to step above your environment. You have to step above your family. You have to step above, you know, your coworkers and, people that you're interacting with. You have to go to to the next level. Because if you stay underneath them, right, underneath their kind of bubble or in their world, there's only but so far you're going to be able to go. And there's only but so fast you're going to be able to go. Okay. But if you step above that, you're going to be able to actually live the life that you want to live. So a lot of this year is just thinking outside of the box, doing things differently than everyone around you, doing things differently than you've been taught before, adopting new ways of doing things. But in order for you to do that, you have to let go of maybe some unconscious parts of you that like want acceptance and want affection and want attention and want to be loved and want everyone to like you, right? Because a part of you getting what you want is being willing to stand up for yourself and being willing to do things in your own way even if it alienates other people. Okay. And that's the reason why most people stay stuck and they don't get to the levels that they want to because they don't want to, like, they don't want to ruffle the feathers, right? They don't want to stand out. They don't want to be different. So they just conform to what everyone else is doing and the results that everyone else is getting. So what's kind of coming through this month is like if I want different, I have to be different. I have to do things in my own way, and other people might not want me to do things in those way, but you have to kind of reconcile with that inside of yourself. All right. Also on that day, the sun will move into Capricorn. So this is the winter solstice. So now we enter the winter season. So that brings with it a whole new energy. And for you, Capricorn is your ninth house, which is a big house for you. It's where you have a stellium. So after that point, all of your planets, your chart starts lighting up. Then we have December 24th, Christmas Eve. Hello, welcome. Venus will enter the sign of Capricorn, and Venus is your chart ruler, right? So you are Venus. So Venus will be in that house, the ninth house, where everything is going down for you. So again, there's a lot of sitting on your high horse, so to speak, during this time. really looking at your life from a higher perspective, looking at your life from a more elevated perspective, being able to see the future, thinking about how you're going to grow, thinking about how you're going to expand, or experiencing some of that growth and expansion during the period of time that Venus is in your ninth house. Then finally, last thing, December 27th, we'll have a first quarter moon in the sign of Aries. And this for you is going to be in your 12th house of endings, losses, and culmination. So the interesting thing for you is, even though the first quarter moon is the time of the month where normally, we want to push, we want to take action, we want to go towards something, the action for you to actually take at this time is to rest, is to heal, is to, wrap things up from 2025 and even beyond. If there's anything that's still lingering, anything that's still holding you back, anything that is preventing you from fully walking into 2026 bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, like if there's anything weighing you down, holding you back, this is where you need to just sit with it, figure it out, heal it, forgive it, let it go, whatever it calls for, let it go. And that makes sense because then a couple of days later you have your birthday, right? So it's like, again, the couple of days or weeks leading up to your birthday can feel much more introverted, low energy. You just want to rest, you want to relax, you want to chill, you want to figure things out behind the scenes. That makes sense. And that's really what that week is calling for you to do anyways. So that is the month for you. It's definitely better than the past couple of months, but nonetheless, we have to actively make shifts this month. And that's what I talked about in the monthly. It's like you have to start transitioning yourself into the energy of 2026. If you just don't do anything, you'll just kind of keep lingering on in this energy, but the energy is ending, right? This whole cycle is ending. So you have to go into 2026 with a whole new mindset, a whole new strategy, a whole new action plan. So that's sort of what the month is like, trying to get you to do. Like, okay, let's wrap things up. Let's release it. Let's not carry anything forward. Let's have a new mentality. Let's look to the future. Let's expand. Let's think about our growth plan. So yeah, the 2026 year ahead experience is like perfect for you to do this month. You said, yes, I feel a lot of releasing already. Yes, 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 yes. So that's pretty much the name of the game for you, is releasing, transforming, and getting ready for 2026. So hopefully that is helpful for you. You are welcome. And thank you so much for the beautiful words. I appreciate it. Oh, thank you so much. All right, so to everyone who is watching now, welcome to the stream. If you are new here, welcome. My name is Bree, and I have just released, less than 24 hours ago, my new program for 2026 that is designed to help you to become the most successful, most attractive, and richest version of yourself in 2026, and it is my 2026 Year Ahead Experience. It is a 3-part experience that includes a webinar, a workbook, and a personal session with me. So if you are interested in that, I will put the link for that in the chat box here in just a moment to check that out. If you're watching live and you'd like a live reading with me, you want to know what's going on with you right now, you have questions, go ahead and open the description box. All the information is there for you. I'll be hanging out here for a little while longer. Hi, Jane. How are you? Thank you so much for your donation, love. Let me take a look at what we have here. Hi, Jane. Can you hear me okay? Awesome. Alrighty, let me open PayPal. Let me see what your message is here. All right, so you say, I'd like number 4 on the list. Like number 3, whatever I need to hear. Plus hearing from either of my past friends, Jandy or Micah, whatever comes through. Jandy is my preference if you need. Thanks so much. Okay. So you wanted the in-depth tarot reading, right? But you just want whatever comes through. And if a message does come through from either Jandy or Micah, then you'd like to hear it, right? Okay, cool. Alrighty, so let's see what comes through for you. And we are open to any messages, especially from either Jandy or Micah. Is there anything that Jandy or Micah wants to say to Jane? But any messages that you have for Jane at this time, what do you want her to hear? What do you want Jane to hear at this time? What do you want her to know? Okay, so I have 2 cards coming out. I have the Moon and the 10 of Wands. Okay, so this is a very clear and a very strong message about releasing emotional burdens. There's something that you have been carrying for a long time. Okay. And it's time to lay it down. There's not going to be closure. There's not going to be a resolution. There's not going to be a definitive, defining conclusion. It's going to take you saying, okay, I think enough is enough, or I think that I've been carrying this for long enough. It's getting heavier and heavier instead of lighter and lighter. It's getting harder and harder instead of better and better. And you're at a point right now where I feel the universe is saying, put this down. Okay, so you're going to know better than me what that is as your intuition speaks to you as I deliver this message. But I definitely feel that it is time to put down an emotional burden, an emotional weight, and to make space for new energy in your life. It feels like this is like, it's like do or die. It's like, it feels critical. It feels like, yeah, and even at the bottom of the deck, I have the 8 of Cups, which is about walking away, right? I am getting that this is the only next step is for you to stand up and walk out, to walk away from what it is. It's like everything's resolved, everything's done, and it's time to just move beyond. So that came through very strongly. Let's continue here. Wheel of Fortune, yeah, it's time, right? It's time. There was a period of time where whatever this emotional weight is, whatever this emotional baggage is, maybe it served you, right? Maybe it served as motivation. Maybe it served as um, inspiration. Maybe it drove you. Maybe it made you want to be a better person, right? It could have had some type of benefit, right? Like sometimes something angers us and it makes us do something, and that gives a good result. So, yeah, it feels like something has just gone as far as it can go, and it's time for it to end. You say, "I have no idea what this is unless it's clutter in my house and garage." Well, let's clarify here. What exactly are you pointing at for Jane? What is it that she needs to release and let go? Ninth house, and second house. So it has something to do with your beliefs, your philosophy, something related maybe to higher education. It's some part of your spiritual quest or some part of your spiritual journey. Okay, maybe something that um, you've been working towards or you've been going after. Ninth house also deals with publishing, so releasing something out into the world. So it feels like there could be something along those lines that maybe you have been working for a long time, maybe even like 9 or 10 years I'm getting here. Um, it's also tying in with your finances as well. So something that you have been a journey you've been on, adventure that you've been on, meaning internally, an internal journey, an internal venture, something that you've had your mind set to and you've been maybe very stubborn about. So I feel like it's time to let something go. It's time to release something. It's time to um, turn the corner, turn the page, turn the chapter. And it feels like this is also it's impacting your financial situation as well. Like whatever your emotional attachment to, this ninth house energy, it's affecting you financially. It's affecting your financial potential. You said, "Oh wait, got it. Finishing my MFA and trying to write the micro book. Finishing the MFA has kept getting pushed back. Lots of delays on the mic." Oh, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. So, I feel like what I'm picking up on here is whatever your like emotional attachment to it is needs to be looked at, needs to be released. Like the emotional attachment maybe is affecting you from making logical decisions, rational decisions, or doing something in a logical way. Like you could be really attached to it. Oh, it has to be this way and it has to be like this and it must be perfect and everything has to be in order. When really, you could just get it out there easily, just getting a rough draft out there, just moving ahead. But you could be really, really attached to it being like done in a specific way, and it could be starting to affect you financially. It's like the viability period is closing, right? It's like this could have been a viable idea from this time to this time, but if a major move is not made soon, then like now it's no longer going to be a viable option now. So that's what I kind of feel here. It's like your window for doing something um in a that's going to be productive for you is closing, and if you push something off longer, then it's no longer going to have the same viability. So it's I kind of feel like this is like a message of like a warning. Is it's kind like I said, I felt like an urgency. It's like now or never. It's like, okay, we're going to do this now, or we could do it in the future, but it will come with a major risk and it could potentially come with some loss. Okay. So you said finally figuring out that I could do a scrapbook for him and a different book for me about my story. And that the money with more student loans, yeah, the student loan thing, that whole situation is definitely becoming a lot more challenging, right? I stopped working on my degree when my BFF Jandy died in March 2024. I'm sorry to hear that. Yes, I think I'm realizing that I was supposed to graduate in January, didn't have money to travel. So I think what this message is saying is, okay, let's look at the big picture, right? Because the ninth house ultimately is about the big picture, right? What are we actually trying to accomplish here? And are we actually doing that, right? So what is our big focus right now? What is it that we really want to be doing? What's the most important thing? Um, and really getting clear on that. So, and making sure that with whatever you're doing, that it's not harming you financially, right? Not letting your emotions get in the way of your physical reality or your material situation. Still was supposed to graduate in January, but didn't have the money to travel, so I will travel in July to graduate. So I think that's the stand up and walk out part. My husband is definitely ready for me to finish and move forward, and me too. Yeah, it definitely feels like you're getting. It's like, okay, this was okay for X amount of time. You're saying December 2021. Yeah, like maybe from December 2021 to like now, it's like, okay, this is what you've been doing, this is what you've wanted to do, but now we're getting to the point where it's like, okay, is this happening? Is it not? Is it still worth the time and energy and effort and the money to go in this direction? Or is it starting to become more of a liability and a loss as opposed to like an asset? So that's what I think this is all saying, because it feels like the window is closing and a new window, like a new chapter, a new opportunity, a new path is opening up. And that's exactly what I talk about in my 2026 year ahead experience. We're starting fresh. And 2025 is the end of a 9-year cycle for us. And we start a brand new 9-year cycle next year. So we're kind of in this window where it's like, okay, if it didn't happen in the last 9 years, we have to consider whether or not things are worth carrying on, or if it's something that we need to just release and move forward and get going on our path of where we want to be in 2034, right? At the end of the next 9-year cycle. Let's see what else comes through for you. We also have the sun. Yes, it feels like there are bigger and brighter things ahead. There are like new horizons, new beginnings, but it's like in order for you to be able to step into that chapter, you have to release an old chapter, maybe even literally releasing chapters, right? So it feels like you're really being called to move forward here. You said the micro book idea has meandered and evolved over the last decade, which I think it's needed, but it'll be very different than what I originally struggled with. I wrote over 10K words about Jandy. Oh, very nice. Let's see. Then we have the Six of Cups. Yeah, but there's definitely lots of the past that's still, it's like you have chains on your feet. It's like you're looking outside through a glass window. Um, so it's like you're still in the past, but the future is calling. And there's just a few specific actions that need to happen for you to like get outside the glass window or to take the chains off. So it feels like that's maybe the work that you're being asked to do in December here is to truly go, okay, what is the action plan moving forward? How do I get to that end result? We've been in since 2020, we've been in lots of watery, feminine, slow moving, introverted energy. And that all ends next year. So, yes, life has sort of lingered. It's like since 2020, life has just kind of been lingering. Things have been dragged out. There's been lots of delays, things like that. But 2026 is like full steam ahead, metal to the pedal, or pedal to the metal. Okay. So it feels like what you're being asked to do right now is really go back into the past and, reconcile with things and heal things up and figure out, okay, how do I bring this to completion? How do I bring this to life? How do I get this over the finish line? And so I can just be able to move forward here so that way you can, keep up with the speed of next year because things are going to be moving so incredibly fast. So you say so she's moved up on the writing and maybe Micah experience is more distant in time to do it or not, which you and he told me in 2020. You said, yes, I feel both those things. And you said, and my thesis is what I need to finish ASAP. Yeah. So it feels like right now there's just like loose ends needing to be tied up and just needing to make a plan of, okay, this is priority 1, this is priority 2, this is priority 3, and this is the pathway to getting that priority and just start knocking things off. Let's pull some advice and guidance cards for you. We have clear your mind. Yeah. And it's funny, this is a Gemini card, and we just had a full moon in Gemini, and that's all about our mind. And that is the biggest enemy in our life, right? Our mind, if it's not clear, if we're not organized, if we're not focused, we can be, brought around in circles and procrastinate on things, overthink certain things. These are definitely Gemini types of themes. And with the full moon in Gemini, it's like we get a clear mind. So this is a great opportunity in time, now and even over the next 2 weeks to come up with that right mindset that you need, to look at any particular mental blocks that you might have or anything that might be distressing you in your life that's preventing you from staying focused to getting these things done that are really, really important for you. So, again, and bottom of the deck, I have release your blocks, right? So very, very clear message here about releasing mental blocks, releasing mental challenges, and any type of emotional entanglement that is preventing you from like staying focused and thinking clearly. Those are also things that should be looked at right now. So I think the best thing to do is go, okay, what's my number one priority right now? What's the one thing, if I got this done, it would change my life? Maybe that's the Micah book. Maybe it's the thesis. Maybe it's focusing on the degree, whatever it is. It's like, what's the one thing that if this one thing happened, that puts everything in line? And that should be where, let's say, 60% of your energy goes into that one particular thing, with a little bit of an emphasis on like priority 2, 3, until you get that one thing done. And then you can shift and go, okay, now book becomes my 60% thing, and the other things become, kind of less. So I feel like the overall message here is, not letting emotions, not letting the past, not letting, any type of mental blocks or emotional blocks prevent you from just getting done what needs to be done, because the window for getting things done, it feels like, is closing very quickly. We also have here, honor your feelings. Yeah, so I do see the emotional piece here, and this is so funny that these cards are coming out, because this is a Pisces card. And this month we have a square between Jupiter in Cancer and um, Chiron in Aries, right? So there's a lot of deep emotional energy that is coming up that really affects us on a personal level. And that's what I see in your reading here. It's like the mind and the heart are battling off with each other. The heart wants, a specific thing, but the mind also wants a specific thing as well. So it's like, how do we reconcile these two? How do we both get what we want? And this is like an internal process that's going on inside of you. How do I logically get this done? How do I take this over the finish line, but also, do what feels right to me, and honor my creative process, and honor those who, I am trying to honor as well, and just finding the middle ground between those two things. Finally, we have breathe through the tension. Yeah, I feel like this is a nod to the fact that there is also this underlying energy in this reading of urgency. There's this underlying energy of, there's only a period of time. There's only, like, the window of viability is closing. And respecting that as well, right? Respecting the timing, because I feel like the life is going to be taking you in a new direction very, very soon. Um, but maybe feeling things kind of speeding up, and that pressure picking up, which, can make you feel like this is not how I wanted things to go. Like, I wanted things to flow. But again, it's something that you're having to reconcile with. It's like, yes, I wanted this to go like this, at this pace, at this speed, but this is what life seems to be doing. Life seems to be picking up. Life seems to be picking up speed. And there seems to be other things coming down the line that I need to also be ready for. But I want to honor, and I have to honor this project that I've taken on. So I feel like the universe is like lovingly saying, like, okay, we honor and respect what you want to do, but we also need you to be ready for something else. So, start wrapping this up. Um, which I know is not a nice feeling, but again, the universe is always just trying to help us to stay on track. Do you sense if the warning is about finishing thesis and MFA degree? So we can pull, we can see. So what do you want Jane to know about her thesis and the MFA degree? Strength card. Let's compare that with the book. So we have strength for your thesis and MFA degree. Two of Swords when I asked about the book. So I don't think it's about the degree, because you're getting the strength card here. So I feel like this is where like your power is. This is where you can express yourself. The strength card relates to Leo, which is about creativity and expression and um, sharing your unique point of view. So I don't think it's about that. For sure, I think it's about the book because we have the Two of Swords, right? The Two of Swords is an energy of like, look, you got to make a decision. The water is coming. It's going to cause a flood. You either got to move or you're going to go under. So I think this is talking more about the Micah book. Um, it feels like that's that urgency I've been feeling the whole time. There's like an underlying urgency. It's like, okay, let's get this done. Let's get this done. Let's move forward. So that's where I think the urgency is with the book is what is the realistic path ahead, what's going to be our action steps, what's our date, it's like I don't know if you're working with the publisher or not. I don't know if you have a contract and if things have to be hit at certain times. I'm not quite sure, but what I feel here is if you don't have an external date, then I would create one for yourself. I would create an external date, which is like either I have to have this done by now or I'm going to shelf this and I'm going to put this on the back burner and I'm going to make this other things. I'm going to focus on these other things. I'm going to focus on my thesis. I'm going to focus on my MFA, knock that out of the park, get that off my plate. And then once I have a little bit more downtime in my life, then I can pick this back up. So yeah, I think it's way more to do with the book. You said, again, you both told me that in 22, so yeah. So you said, no publisher, but my MFA mentor thought I was too focused on his story and not mine. Interesting. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Yeah, so sorry about that. I think that where things are at right now, like with what the reading is saying, is like solidify like what it's going to be. If it's going to be about his story, if it's going to be about your story, it's like what is it going to be? Just pick, just decide and kind of have things set in stone, going into 2026, like the back and forth, should it be this, should it be that? Like just pick a path, just pick a lane and just commit to it. And if you can't pick a path, you can't commit, that's when it's gonna start to become more of a liability, start to affect you in more negative ways as opposed to being this project that's really, like, going in this direction and that has a viable path and is going to make an impact. It's gonna start to, again, lose its viability. So, um, you know, I think you just have to pick. You say, "Do you think my mentor led me wrong on that?" She said, "He's the muse, not the story." Interesting. So let's see. I have the Empress. No, I mean, I think that she was giving um, I think this was a good opinion. I think that her authority is good. It was coming from a good place. I don't think it was bad advice, but at the end of the day, like, it's your story and it's your story to tell, and you, at the end of the day, have to feel good about what you're putting out there, and it has to make sense to you. So as much as, like, a mentor could say something, like, you just have to pick, right? You have to pick, you have to decide, and maybe even like expand beyond her for, you know, opinion. But again, don't waste time doing that, right? It's like maybe ask one additional person, maybe ask your husband, right? Maybe ask a close friend. What do you think? And then make your decision, right? Go into 2026 like, this is what the book is. This is an outline. This is where it's going. This is what the final product is going to be. And then you just focus on that and you just get it done. You just get it done. Or, right, you pick that date and you're like, okay, if I can't figure this out by then, I have to just let this go. I have to move on. I have to grieve that idea. I have to just move forward and I have to keep going on. And there could be another book in front of you that you don't even know yet. You haven't even let the idea come in yet. That could be something that feels better to you, that feels more aligned to you. But because you're like so stuck on this, it's like you can't even get that new inspiration. You can't even see what this other thing could be that might all just flow easily. And I think that, that's that could be better because, if you say my husband isn't the one to ask because it's about a spiritual romantic experience I had with Micah in 2011. So let's have the conflict. Ah, I see. So I see why he maybe is like, okay, uh, what are we doing here? So I can understand that from his perspective for sure. Um, so maybe not the husband, but maybe somebody else, right? Other people that are in your life. But I think that, regardless, I believe that going into 2026, you should either be super duper clear and committed and ready to go all in to make this book a reality, to bring it into the world, or you choose to release it, you choose to let it go. You choose to say, okay, that was something that I wanted to do for, X amount of years, and it just didn't really seem to come to pass. I never could get really clear about it. I never really understood which way it took it. I lost, the inspiration or whatever, and go, okay, like I'm giving myself permission to release this and permission to open myself up to new inspiration, to new ideas, to new beginnings that are in the present moment and relate to me right now. And, you know, so you said, I totally get what you meant about my MFA mentor. I can't let it go. So that means I need to do it. Yeah. So I would say you got to do it. You have to just commit to it. This is what I'm doing. Don't listen to outside opinions. Get it done. Um, have a plan, have a date. If you're self-publishing, you can use tools like, oh, I don't know what it's called. It's book something AI, they walk you through the whole process of doing. There's so many tools that help you and they help you keep on track and they help you stay within timeline, right? Or if you don't, use like an external tool to help you stay organized, you make your plan, you set your dates, you say this is going to be done by this time. That way the people around you can go, okay, like she's serious, she knows what she's doing, and they can like get behind you and rally behind you. So it's not really like something that you're doing in isolation, that you feel like you can't really like talk to anyone. I would definitely just have that in order. I would definitely work with a publishing company. There are publishing companies that help um, writers to stay on track. Like I said, I think it's called Book Magic. Let me just look at that really, really quick. Bookmagic.ai. Yes, it is bookmagic.ai. They help you to self-publish essentially, and they help you to really build like a meaningful book, and they help you to do it very, very quickly. It guides you through the process. You bring the idea, you bring the creativity, and they bring like kind of the logical, right brain type A type of stuff, and they help you to get it done. So that could be an incredible resource for you. I would do self-publishing for sure. I would just use like an AI tool like this so it like feels like you're doing it with someone, but you don't necessarily owe anyone anything. It's a little bit more in your control and you don't have to invest a ton of money. Let me see how much Book Magic cost here. It looks like they're offering 2 years for free, or it's $59 per month. So that's way more affordable and something that gives you more structure. They're going to help you along your way. Again, you bring the creativity, you bring the idea, you bring the magic, and they help you put it all together. And I know they're not the only company. They're just I think one of the biggest ones right now, because we're living in a world where people want to publish. They don't want to go through a traditional publisher. They don't want to go through the old way of doing things. And there's a new way of doing things and a digital way of doing things. And I think that makes a lot more sense for 2026. The process of writing a book back in the day was always so clunky and so exclusive and all of that. I think you can avoid all of that. And I think that you can do something that's you have a bit more control over, but that also gives you some structure. So I think you take that direction. So let's see here. Let's pull some cards about Book Magic and moving in this direction. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, we have the King of Wands. So taking this direction will help you to have control, right? It will help you to have control. King of Wands is about, again, owning your creativity, owning your ideas, owning your self expression. And by doing it this way, you stay in control. You stay on the throne. You make this passion project come to life in your own way, but Book Magic helps you to stay on track. It gives you the structure to work within. Because that's likely what has just been missing all of this time, right? The idea has been there, the passion has been there, the desire has been there, right? Which is like the key piece of it. It's just the structure. Awesome, Camille. I'll see you in just a little bit. So it's just that structure that is missing here. So this is the direction I would go in. And look, like I said, Book Magic is just the one that I know. You can also do your research as well. Maybe there's other companies, but that would be my December task is like, okay, I'm committing to doing this book. I know what I roughly want to do. I have the idea. I've been sitting with this idea forever. I just need the structure. I just need the guidance. I just need the tools, right? I just need the blueprint on how to move forward. So go try the free trial, right? Just put the free trial on. Just give it a shot, If that doesn't work for you, find another one. But do commit this year to having a plan and having a structure. That's what I would get because it's like if you're not going to do that, if you're not going to make this tangible, if you're not going to make it real, it's going to start to cause more issues, more problems, more delays. It's going to hold you back rather than allowing you to move forward. And you don't want to miss these new opportunities that are coming in the new world in 2026 and beyond. So I think those are your marching orders. I think that you just need to go check out Book Magic AI, give it a shot. What do you have to lose, right? Try it out. See if it's the structure that you're looking for, or maybe by going through that, you can just gain some knowledge like, okay, this is what they recommend, or, this is the structure that they have. Let me try to implement this in my own unique way. So Yes, I think that 2026 is an opportunity for you to finally get this out and off of your chest, right? Out of your head, out of your body, out of your heart. Put it in the real world. Make it separate from you. Make it consumable for other people. Let other people experience what you have been experiencing. And that will also just breathe life back into it as well and really help things to come full circle because right now it's like you're hitting this like point where it's like, okay, if you're not doing this now, if you're not on this path now, it's like the window's going to close, right? The train's going to leave and then you're going to be like, what the heck? So, yeah, take this seriously, okay? I didn't have anything that really came through. To be honest, I will ask. We'll see if there's anything that wants to be said. But naturally and organically, there was nothing that wanted to come through. I have the Ace of Wands here. So I feel like he's also encouraging you to take this new beginning, like let's move forward, let's get this started, let's make this happen. I think he's fully on board and I think he's always really on board with you moving forward. He's always on board with you making progress. He's always on board with you living your life, every single reading. So, it's just up to you. Like I said, I feel like all of the conditions are there. The only thing that we're waiting for is you. We're just waiting for you to put on your shoes, lace up your shoes and walk out the door and get in the game. Like that's the only step now. So, like I said, I think you have your marching orders for, the next couple of months. You're welcome. Good luck. Let me know how it goes. Hello, everyone. Hope you guys are all doing well. Welcome, welcome. Camille, you can go ahead and post your question. Awesome. I will add you to the list, Sarah. Camille, yes, we can do that. Sarah says, like his overall chart, can I do that here? Kind of like what we've done in the past, like looking at his birth chart. And you said I wanted to get the astrology monthly reading for myself. Okay. Curious about what he'll be like when he's older, career, family, etc. Yeah, we can definitely do that here. All right, so Camille wants to know what to come. All right, so let's start off with an astrology card for you, Camille. Let's see what area of life wants to be highlighted for you. We have the 8th house that's popping up. Interesting. This is major transformation, okay? In order for you to get to the next level of life, in order for you to have a breakthrough, in order for something to happen different than the trajectory that your life is going on right now, you have to make some massive, transformative, disruptive changes, okay? The path you're on right now already has a very set outcome. And whatever results you've been seeing in your life for the past couple of years, or whatever results people normally get by doing whatever it is that you're doing, that's it. Okay. If you're kind of just following like a normal traditional path, like that's what you're going to get. You're just going to get normal, you're going to get traditional, which typically doesn't yield amazing results, right? If you look at most people are not living a great life. So if you're kind of just doing what everyone else is doing, then you're just going to get what everyone else has got, right? And you can look around in your environment, you can look at the people that you spend your time with, whether that's coworkers, family, friends, like look at the outcomes that they're getting in their life. That's the trajectory that you're on. And if you want a different life than that, if you want better, if you want more, it's going to cause you to have to do something different and better than what everyone else around you is doing. Do something unfamiliar, untraditional, unusual. Okay, that's what it's going to take. And the reason why that is coming up for you right now is because you are getting ready to have Uranus transit your sign, right? You're a Gemini, Uranus is coming into Gemini, and this is going to ask you to upgrade, innovate, revolutionize, to go off the traditional normal path and to do something unique and different to get unique and different results. So why I'm bringing that up right now is because December is this window of time where we have to start adjusting our life to the energy of 2026. And that's why I have released my 2026 year ahead program right now, because this is the time to start making those adjustments and making those changes, because 2026 is not going to be just like a normal year where it's just going to be run of the mill and what's working is just going to stay the same. No. So, what this card is saying is that you have to make big changes, not wait for changes, not say, well, what's going to come to me? You have to start going, what am I going after? Because if you're just passively like, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? When is this going to happen? Nothing's going to happen. You have to make something happen. You have to first of all know what you want. You know, what do you even want? What are you even going for? That's the first thing. And then the second thing is, what are you doing to get that? So whenever the eighth house shows up, this means that we have to die in some way. We have to let go of something permanently in some way and be reborn in some way. So this is like a wake-up call for you saying like, look, if you just keep going on the path you're going, you're going to get the same exact results you've been getting. How if your life is like not going the way you want it right now, if you keep doing what you're doing, it's just going to keep going like that and it's going to get worse. This is the time to make an adjustment. And December is the time to go, okay, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? And what do I need to let go of? What parts of myself do I need to remove? Do I need to kill off? So I can make space for the new version of myself. So that's exactly why I'm releasing this program right now, because this is the time to do that type of work. So you really, really, really would benefit from getting into this program. Okay. So what's to come? Change, but it has to be self-initiated, right? The universe is not going to force you to change. The universe is not going to make you do it, but what will happen is if you don't make changes, then changes will start coming that you don't want to happen and in the way you don't want it to happen. So you have to start getting in front of things. You have to sit in the driver's seat. You have to sit in the throne of your life, and you're the director, right? You're the director saying, oh no, this is not going to happen. That's not going to happen. No, we're moving the ship in this direction. This person, goodbye. Okay, this is where I'm heading. So you've got to make some big changes. And you also just had a full moon, right? The full moon in Gemini happened in your sign. So this was one of your big major realization points and turning points for the year. You said, I doubt myself. Yeah, that's something that you have to work out of yourself. You have to find the source of that doubt. What makes you question yourself? What makes you question life? Why don't you trust life? Why don't you trust change? You have to really, really, really get to the bottom of that now. There's no waiting, right? We're 4 weeks out. So it's like, this is the time. I have the Chariot card coming out here. So likely these are things that you need to change on a very, very deep level. Okay. And what's currently going on in Cancer, which rules the Chariot, is that Jupiter, which is healing us, has recently gone retrograde. So it's showing that there are deeper things that need healing in our life. So this needs to be your top priority, is what at a deep level, on a generational level, on an ancestral level, what patterns am I continuing to allow to move on? Where do I need to be the chain breaker? Where do I need to liberate and free myself in my life in order to become a brand new person, to kind of start a whole new line? So It's the inner work, right? The answers for you are not external. There's no external thing that you're going to accomplish or achieve that's going to heal you or fix you. The the reward is inside. The achievement is inside. So look away from the outside, look away from, what I'm accomplishing in the outside world and, the level that I'm at and the title that I carry. None of that makes a difference, okay? Especially with the world we're moving into. It doesn't matter, right? What matters is how are you showing up? How are you making impact? How are you making people feel? That's going to be the way that you forge a path forward for yourself. So you're working on your inner home this month. I then have the Emperor, yes. And these are two major arcana cards, right? These are serious cards that are coming out. So again, like I was saying, you have to be the leader of your own life. You have to put yourself in the driver's seat. You have to know the vision and you have to actively work towards getting to the vision. And having more education, having, a certain job title, unless that's your dream, right? Unless that's what you dream of at night, okay, that's one thing. But you need to move towards what it is that you actually dream about. And most people dream about living a specific lifestyle or having a specific relationship or, having a specific number in the bank account or whatever. That's what you have to start looking at, not just, oh, okay, I'm going to do this because, then it'll give me an opportunity to maybe make the life that I want, but maybe not. It's like you have to just start going directly for what you want very unapologetically. Okay, you have I was last card, and then there's 3 cards that fell out. I have the Six of Cups, the Star card, and the High Priestess. Yeah, it's what's holding you back from sitting in that throne is your past, period. You definitely still have some past trauma that still needs to be worked out. And like I said, we are in crunch time now. Next year, with the way things are shaping, there's going to be no more time for doing the inner work and healing, right? That was all supposed to be done. So it's you have to make this your top priority. You need to get in with someone, you need to talk to someone, you need to forgive, you need to heal, you need to do all that good stuff. So that way you can show up as the present version of yourself and not the wounded child version of yourself. We then have the Star card. Then you need to look towards the future, right? You start aligning with the future, not only with your own future, but also the future of the world and where the world is going and where the world is heading, and aligning yourself to win in this world we live now, not aligning yourself to win in the old world, which was very predictable and linear. We're moving into a much more global, digital, type of world, type of environment, a tech heavy environment, and you need to know how to position yourself for the time being. Remember, you have Pluto, the planet of death, rebirth, and transformation, transiting your second house of your finances, resources, and money. So you, out of a lot of people, really have to change the way that you create resources for yourself and the way that you feel valuable about yourself. Then we have the High Priestess coming out. Where does this all come from? How are you able to make these changes? It's about aligning with the inner self. All of the information is inside of you. All of the pathway, everything is inside of you. You just have to listen to yourself. You have to listen to your intuition. You have to trust your gut. You have to have a connection to God, connection to spirit. That's how you know what to do. You don't have to rely on your own knowledge. You don't have to rely on your own timing. You don't have to have all the answers. You don't. And that's not the way God works anyway. God gives you a little bit of information. He sees what you do with it. If you do good, he gives you a little bit more. He keeps showing you the path. He keeps showing you the plan as you perform. But you just have to start, right? And you have to start trusting that. You have to start trusting that intuition. That's what's going to lead you forward. That's what's going to show you the pathway ahead. If you're just trying to be logical and what makes sense and what is everyone else doing and this is the way that it goes and that's the way it's always been, that's going to take you off the path. And that is like one of the big things this year is there's going to be a really big difference between the people who are following their gut, trusting their gut, following their intuition, and people who are just trying to continue to chase stability in the world, because it's an illusion, right? Nothing is stable. If you don't control something, you don't have it. It's not yours. And a lot of people are chasing false stability right now, and you definitely don't want to be on that side. Okay. You said, yeah, I feel like I'm intuitive. I just need to stop questioning because I'm being shown the path. Yes, you got to start walking the path, right? Because what's going to happen in 2026 is there will now be consequences, right? It's like if you're not walking the path, it's going to feel not good. It's going to be very evident, like, oh, wait, like this is what I need to be doing. Okay, I need to do it because otherwise that's just not going to work anymore. It's like, and the thing is that everyone's going to be figuring, that out at the same time. And then that's what's going to create a lot of the craziness next year. No. To be honest, no. I have always been spiritually inclined. And that just makes sense with my chart. Like if you see my chart, it just makes perfect sense. I've always been spiritually inclined. It's just, of course, that's not like socially acceptable to like, follow your intuition. We live in a world where it's logical, it's masculine. You got to do this, you got to do that. But I've always been someone that like, I don't like being told what to do, and I like to do things my own way. So that's what's always guided me. And that's like where you have to get. You have to get to the point where it's like, my intuition is telling me this. I'm not going to go against it. I'm going to do this in my own way, even if it's crazy to everybody else. And as soon as you start doing that, you're never going to get off that path. You're never going to go back. Like once you get on this path, you don't get off because you understand how the world will lead you astray, and that the only truth is your path. Like you have to follow your path, not what everyone else is doing and what they say you should do, and you should do this by this age and have this and da 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 da. That is not of God. That is not true for everyone, and you have to do what is right for you and what makes sense for you, and follow the vision that you're being shown and align with the mission that you're supposed to be on, and complete your purpose. Like that's what you have to do. And you just have to do that unapologetically. So it's more about like the way to think about it is, being of the world and in the world, right? Obviously, we're in the world, right? Like we're here on earth. So we have to be in the world and we have to do earth things, but we're not of the world, right? We're not following the world ways. We're not doing what everyone else is doing. No, we're following our own intuition and having influence on the world. So that's the way you have to think about it is you're here for a specific purpose, and there's a certain way that you need to go about doing things. And you have to know that that is your truth. That is why you are here, and feel really strongly about that and just do it. That's that. So your intuition is the guide. That's the messenger. That's what's telling you what to do and what not to do. And if you go against that, right, you don't feel good. You don't get any results. Nothing happens. It sucks, right? But you're thinking, oh well, I'm doing what everyone else is doing. Why is my life not working out? And it's because you're not supposed to live the life like everybody else. You're supposed to live your truth. So that's what you have to do. You have to just start living your truth. You said, I needed this convo. I think the last part of my healing is to stop doubting my intuition. Absolutely, 100%. My purpose is to be a healer, but I need to finish healing. Right. Exactly. You have to do your journey, right? You have to do what, it's like the Chiron, right? It's like you have to fix yourself before you can fix other people. And that is definitely the path that a lot of like nurses get wrong, is they want to help other people and they pour themselves into everybody else and they don't pour into themselves. And that's one thing you have to like break. You have to go, okay, like, yes, I'm a healer, but I also need to heal myself so I can show up strong and be a resource and be of value to other people. And that's when you're really going to start to feel better and you're going to see your life going in a different direction. So, yeah, make that your top priority, okay? Top priority this month. Because like I said, when next year starts and everything starts moving and going and we start these new eclipse cycles and all the planets change sign and the whole game is different, there's just not going to be any more time to do it. So this should be of top priority, top priority. And then figure out like, what is my unique gift? Like, how do I heal people? Like, what do I do that is different and unique? And start thinking about how you can do that even outside of work, because you don't need to have a job, you don't need to have education to do what you were put on earth to do. You already have the gifts inside of you. That's what took me off the bedside, because I'm like, I can't even really do the healing work that I know I'm meant to do here because I have to follow these rules and be in the structure, and that's not it for me. Like, I know what I'm supposed to do. I know what my gifts are. I know how I help, and this is not the container for me. So I need to find a new container, and this is what you're experiencing right now is the container that I've created to do the work that I know I need to do. So that's what you need to do. You need to kind of think outside of the box and get out of the container that you're in, because it's not it, and create your own container and be in a position where the unique gifts and skills and your unique magic actually works. So that's what you have to figure out is, what is my magic? Where is that going to be celebrated? And look, you don't have to change your job. Like, you can stay at your job, but you just think about it as a job. It's just and it means for making money. But when you're outside of work, you focus on your path, right? You just focus on what it is that you know you're meant to do, and developing the skills and the talents and developing your voice and being able to communicate that to other people, right? The job is just the job. The job is just money. Like, that's it. You just go and you get your money. But when you're outside of work, you're on your path, right? You're on your mission. You're doing what you need to do. So it's not it's not about having a job, right? Like, that's not the point. It's about just doing the work, just doing the work that you were put on earth to do. So if you're a healer, and let's say your healing is you do crystals, right? There's no job on earth except one that you create for yourself where you're going to be able to bring your crystals and start healing people, right? But you might need to go to a job to make your cash money so you can pay your rent. So what you do is you go to your job, you make your money, but when you're off your job, your 5 to 9 or your weekend gig is doing your crystals. You see what I mean? The job doesn't matter. The job is just money. That's why you don't need to invest too crazily. You just need to make money. That's it. But when you're outside of work, that's when you do the healing work. I did this and nursing for many, many years before I was able to do this full time. I just needed to go get my money. And then I was on here working with people and helping people and creating videos and building my business. That was years where I was doing both. Okay. But I learned very quickly that this little repetitive work I'm doing, though I know I'm helping people, is not my fullest potential. But the earth realm and the spiritual realm are very different, and you have to navigate both. So you just have to think about your job as money. I'm just here to get my money. And then when I go home, I'm me and I'm building my life. It's not built upon my job. The job is just a means to an end. This is my pathway forward. This is what I'm doing. This is where I'm going. I just show up and do my little thing, collect my check, and go home. So it's just a shift in the mindset. And that's definitely how it was for me, where the point where I was just PRN, part-time, like I'm not investing, like I'm just here, for a good time, not a long time, because I know what I'm meant to do. And that's the shift that you really have to make is like you go, you do what you have to do, you give the care that you need to give, and then you're on business outside of work. Like work is like your charity, basically. And then when you're out, you're really building your empire, you're building your world. Alrighty, so that's the big change you have to make this month. You can't keep asking what's going to come. Nothing's going to come. If you're waiting for something to come, nothing's going to come. You have all the tools, all the resources, all the ability, all of the finances to do the work that you need to do. You just need to do it at this point. You don't need any more skills, you don't need any more qualifications, you don't need anything else to be who you were born to be. You just be it. You're very, very welcome. Alrighty, so next up we have Miss Sarah. Yes, love. That's your next step. That's going to give you the structure, that's going to give you the guide, that's going to give you the information. That's the container to help you to make this life change. That's why I made it for such a purpose as this. Alrighty, so we'll see you inside. We'll talk soon, Camille. Sarah, hello. Alrighty, so let's see here. Alrighty. Okay, so for Miss Sarah, let's talk about December for you. Let's start off with an astrology card. Let's see what you need to know for December. So most important messages for Sarah, please, for December. We have 9th house for you. Okay. So this month for you is all about connecting with your higher self, your higher truth, the bigger picture of your life, not getting so caught up in the details, in the nitty gritty, in the mundane everyday, but really looking at your life from a bird's eye view, looking at your life from a 10,000-foot view, looking at down at yourself as if you were God, looking down at yourself as if you were an angel, and really evaluating, am I on mission? Am I on the right path? Am I doing what I am meant to be doing? And how can I connect more with the bigger purpose of why I am here and not get so hooked into the little things, right? We're in Sagittarius times now. So it's definitely much more about the big picture and, not getting upset about the small things, not sweating the small things because in the long run, they don't really make a difference. And ensuring that with everything that you're doing right now, and especially moving into 2026, that everything makes sense with the bigger picture. So let's see how the tarot aligns with this. High Priestess, yeah. That goes right along with this. So this is a very spiritual month for you, which I'm not surprised because, right, you're a Capricorn rising. That makes Sagittarius your 12th house. The 12th house is, the house of endings, culminations, losses, healing, forgiving, letting go, and everything is moving into Sagittarius right now. So until we get to Capricorn season at the end of the month and in January, you'll notice that this time is a bit more quiet. This time is more reflective. This time is more intuitive. And yes, you do have a stellium ninth house. So that's always really important for you to always be connected to the bigger picture, right? Understanding your purpose and why you're here and the wisdom that you're meant to share with the world, right? Because you have a stellium in the ninth house of teaching. And in a lot of ways, your life and the way you live your life and the way that conduct yourself in life is likely an example for the people that are around you and the people that you interact with. So what are you teaching, right? What are you teaching? And, even to your son, right? What are you teaching him through the way you live your life, the way you conduct yourself, the way that you behave? What is that communicating to the people around you? And are you communicating the right things? Okay, something to ponder, something to consider. And this month you can use your connection to God, your connection to universe, your connection to spirit to sort of reset yourself, right? Like if you've gotten off path, if you've gotten off the track, this is the time to kind of come back home, let's say, come back home to self or come back home to the mission before your season begins and before you start a brand new solar cycle. So following up with this, we have the Seven of Swords. Okay. Yes. As you dive into the behind the scenes realm, as you dive into the spiritual side of yourself, as you dive into the unconscious world, you're going to find that there's a lot of stuff in there. Okay, stuff that either you have consciously swept under the rug, like, okay, I don't want to deal with this right now, or this is too heavy, or I don't have time for this. Or there could be things that you unconsciously have pushed under the rug because your brain was trying to protect you, was trying to help you, was trying to, prevent you from having a breakdown. This could be a month that brings that to the forefront because we do have another Jupiter Chiron square this month as well, right? So that for you has happening in your 7th and 4th houses, and Jupiter rules your 12th house where everything is at right now. So this can be bringing up deep-seated old relationship stuff that stems from family stuff, right? And you can have the ability to make that connection this month, like, oh, like this is even deeper than I thought. And again, that's likely why your brain has like compartmentalized something, or it's just thrown something back, because it's like, I just can't do this right now. Like we can't, but it's necessary. It needs to be done, because if you don't do that, then you're not going to be able to experience emotions on a deep level. And even if you get what you want, right? Even if the money flowed into your life, even if Prince Charming walked into your life, even if the best opportunities walked into your life, if you can't really feel it, you can't connect to it, it's not going to hit. So it's like, you have to really go in and say, where does this come from? Why did I push that away? You're like, why did that hurt me so bad? What was I trying to protect myself from? And is the threat even real? Like, the threat may not even be real anymore. Maybe at the time it was legitimately real, but the threat may not even be real anymore. And, from a place of maturity now, and right from this higher perspective, which this month is really asking to be from a higher perspective, perhaps your higher self can deal with things that maybe your lower self or your inner child can't deal with. So this is like a month to, again, come at that higher perspective, to take it off of course, to take it off of your inner child, right? Because the inner child is very fragile. The inner child is very weak. Think about children, right? They can't handle. And so there could be pressure that was placed on your inner child that you maybe didn't have the information. You didn't know how to process it. You didn't have the maturity to process it, but yet it's still sitting with the inner child. And the inner child's just kind of sitting there like, when is help going to come? Like, when is this going to get better? And this is a month where, like, God can intervene. You can intervene in your own life to, like, kind of rescue the inner child. Because that's really the goal of Jupiter is to help you, even though the square might bring up a strong um, event, or it might bring, something strong up. It's bringing it up so it can be fixed, so it can be healed, so it can be removed permanently, and it can allow you to have a better emotional foundation. And this is so key because impending, you have Saturn getting ready to go through your fourth house, right? For the next 2.5, 3 years. So it's like, let's get this done before Big Daddy comes in and really, you know, gets the job done for us. That's sort of the opportunity you have this month is, look, Saturn's coming, right? It's like, Daddy's coming home and he's going to sort everything out. And for you, Aries is your fourth house of your emotions. So Saturn coming into your fourth house of emotions, that's deep and that's super intense and that's tough. So it's like, what can we do to kind of mitigate that experience? Where can we take responsibility? Where can we address things? Because with Saturn, it's like, if you don't address it, he's going to make you address it. So it's like, how can you start getting in there, start cleaning stuff up, start taking responsibility, start having that awareness for things, so it's less of a shock when Saturn comes in? Because Saturn will be nice to you if he sees you're already working on it. If he sees you already own some of your emotional vulnerabilities, you're owning your traumas, you're owning, the things that hurt, he's like, okay, great, I'll just support you. But if he doesn't see you addressing things, and he's going to go, oh, no, 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 here's what you need to look at, here's what you need to do, and it's going to be much more of an intense thing. So use this time, use all this 12th house energy to really go in and go, okay, what's in here? What's on the backlog? What things have happened that I have not been wanting to deal with, I have not been wanting to address, feelings I have not been wanting to address, forgiveness I have not wanted to give, things that I'm holding on to, and how can I start processing these things? And this is not easy work, right? It's easier said than done, right? This is work that you likely will have to do with someone. I don't know if you already work with someone. I think you do. I'm not sure. But this is definitely work that is easier done with someone. It's work that, you need guidance, you need help, you need support, right? Don't just shut down and be like, everything's fine, right? Because, like I said, Saturn's going to come into your spot next year and he's going to blow everything up. So it's like, you can't wear that mask anymore, for sure. You said, I can't even listen to songs that are too emotional. Yeah, I try to surround myself with things that make me happy. Just a preference. So this is interesting. You said, yeah, crazy. I felt this recently. I have some things to confront. Just completed something actually focused on grief. Wow. Yeah, that's definitely very aligned with this energy for sure. For sure. Um, so I would say keep going into that, don't stop until you truly are able to express all of your emotions without judging yourself. Express all of your emotions without trying to guard yourself, right? Allowing yourself to be happy, allowing yourself to be excited, allowing yourself to cry, allowing yourself to be sad, right? Understanding the full spectrum of emotions and that they're all very normal and they're all to be felt, and there's nothing wrong or dirty about feeling bad or feeling sad or anything like that. Life isn't always good, and being willing to, go through the whole spectrum. And that's, we've talked about this before, right? Your opposite is Cancer, who experiences the full spectrum of emotions, right? And you're Capricorn, so you're very contained. But a part of your healing and a part of life for you is going to be allowing yourself to go through that full spectrum of emotions and, seeing how alive that actually makes you feel. You said I start child parent therapy next month as well. That will be, then the last therapy will be for myself. Parent kid therapy is another type of therapy I'm doing with my kid. After this, we'll take a break. Yeah, I think that you are doing very, very good with the therapy piece. And yeah, I think that the more of this you can do before your Saturn transit through your fourth house, and of course, Saturn getting closer to your moon, starting your Saturn Sati Sati period, the better it will be. The better it will be. Instead of Saturn kind of breaking you open or like forcing a situation to get you to feel, it's like you can just kind of start doing this on your own and it will make things much, much, much easier. You said I want him to set up. I want to set him up a tool since I'm still working on my stressors. Yeah, I think the thing is like there's something wrong with wanting to keep things light as long as you're not ignoring when something is legitimately happening that calls for an emotional response, right? Just being too like, well, I'm just not going to let it bother me when it does really bother you, or it does really affect the way that you actually show up, or it affects your intimacy. When does Saturn Sadi Sati? So Sadi Sati for you will happen. It'll be for over the next several years. So Sadi Sati is when Saturn starts transiting the sign before, the sign of, and the sign after your moon. So your moon is in Taurus. Saturn did briefly this year dip into Aries, so it kind of started your Saturn Sati, but then Saturn moved back into Pisces. But now it's direct, and in February it's going to move back into Aries. So not only do you have Sadi Sati starting, which is a time of emotional difficulty, it's in your fourth house of emotions, right? So it's like not only is it a time of emotional difficulty, but the planet of difficulties will be in your house of emotions. So it's just kind of like double whammy, right? So this will start for you officially like February 13th, 2026, and that's going to last all the way until Saturn leaves Gemini in, oh my God, years from now, right? Like several 8 years from now. So quite a bit of time of like emotional structuring. So that's why this is a good time to start preparing for that, right? To prepare for the fact that Saturn's going to come into this very sensitive part of your house, of your chart. It's going to come into the foundation of your chart. It's going to come into the emotional center of your chart. It's going to come into your heart, and it's going to make you confront things so that way you can heal them, and that way you can fully express your emotions, wholeheartedly. So this is like preparation time. December for you is definitely preparation time because there are things with the Seven of Swords there that are underneath the surface. You said, I just try not to worry about the little things, like things that some people usually blow up. So let's see what else wants to come through. Judgment card. Yes, this is also a time to, there could be certain things that you're holding on to that don't have, they've gone as far as they can go. There's like no more, there's no farther they can go. And your only option is to let go. Your only option is to release. Your only option is to walk away. And that can also become very evident this month, where holding on or fighting or trying to make something that it isn't just is not going to be the option anymore. And it's just time to give it back to God. It's time to release it. It's time to go, okay, yeah, like I don't want to carry this anymore. I accept it for what it is, and I'm willing to let it go and learn the lesson and just move forward with my life. Underneath that, I have the Queen of Cups. So it's like you're doing it for your own emotional healing, right? It's like, this is just not good for me to carry. I can't carry it. It's just not right. And not right for me. It doesn't contribute to my self care, doesn't contribute to my emotional development. It doesn't contribute to anything. And I just need to let it go for me. I need to choose me, choose my inner child, and release it and let it go. So for you, this month is much more behind the scenes. It's much more spiritual. It's intuitive. It's emotional. It's inside, but it's so necessary. It's so pertinent because it's preparation for your 2026, especially with Saturn, your chart ruler, going into your fourth house, starting you on this big emotional journey for years to come. So that is what I have for you. You are welcome. So tell me more about what you wanted to look at from your sun. You say, I start my new position on the 4th. Nice. Or the 14th. Nice. You said for your kiddo, just an overview of his chart and what type of person he'll be, career and family. Okay. You said he intrigues me, his big personality. I'm putting in work with him. Aw. So if you just want like a basic chart rating, we can just do 25. But if you wanted to do like something more in depth, then I would recommend booking a private reading. So that way I can do like a proper birth chart, look at everything, look ahead into the future. So it just depends how deep you want to go. If you just kind of want like an overview to answer your questions really quickly, you could do 25. But if you really want like something more thought out, researched, then I would recommend a private reading. Okay, sounds good. So let's see. Okay, here is his chart. Okay, so with him, we have a little Sagittarius king, okay? Sagittarius stellium, that's going to give someone a big personality, right? Because a lot of his chart is ruled by Jupiter. So, he has obviously he's Jupiter ascendant, right? Sagittarius ascendant. So he's ruled by Jupiter, Mercury in Jupiter. So that's going to give him big ideas, big imagination. It's like when he talks, it's like everything's big, everything's dramatic with him. It's not always sensical. It's a lot of times his opinion. Oh, okay. I don't know if you heard everything that I said before. Okay, you'll rewind. Okay. It's not always sensical. It's a lot of times it's opinionated. It's the way he thinks it should be, but it's his truth, right? Because this is someone that's always going to speak their truth. Not necessarily the truth, but his truth, okay? And his moon is there as well, right? So he has big emotions, big feelings. Again, things are bigger for him, things are dramatic for him, things are like larger than life for him. And then he has Jupiter in the first house of Sagittarius. So this is just going to make someone have a big personality, right? It's a big personality, it's a big presence, you feel him, and his focus is on him. Okay? That's one thing that I will say about him is he's thinking about him. He's very him centric, right? His world revolves around him and what he feels and what he thinks. And that's driving the whole show, and that can be very dramatic and that can be very intense, but it's who he is, right? It's literally who he is, okay? Um, when people have their moon in the first house, they're very, very sensitive to like them, right? Like you will think like, oh, this person's so selfish. They don't think about anybody else. But that's because that's like the lens he sees the world through. Like he sees the world through his perspective, and his perspective is his truth. That's why I said like he may not say things that are factual, but it is his truth. So it's like you'll say he's stubborn. Yeah, because he's stubborn because he's like, no, I feel this, so this must be right. Because I feel this, this is the truth. So that's what you're dealing with there, right? You're not dealing with logic, right? Even though he has Mercury, because Mercury doesn't do well in Sag. So you're not dealing with his logic. You're dealing with his feelings. And so you can never discount his feelings. And that's just the way you have to think about things with him is like, if he's saying it's because this is how he genuinely feels. Like when he tells you something, it's how he feels. Like there's no like need to analyze it further because it is what it is. So obviously that can be really difficult for, you know, other people because you're not dealing with someone on a logical level. You're dealing with someone on a very emotional level. So he needs a lot of patience. You know, he needs a lot of patience even as an adult, right? Even as he gets older, even as he grows and, you know, starts his career and has his family, like he definitely is going to benefit from people that have a lot of patience with him and someone who sees the world the way that he does, someone who feels as strongly about the world that he does, right? Like that's going to work better for him or someone that's just going to be a yes man. Like, yes, you're right. Everything you say is right. That's what he needs. So he needs the world to follow him. He's not going to follow the world. So he's not going to do something like normal. You know, he's not just going to fall in line with what everyone else is doing. He's not going to be the kid that's going to go to school and just sit there and listen and just say, yeah, because the teacher said it, it's right. No. He's going to be like, you know, questioning things like, I don't think so. So he needs to be in an environment where that's okay, where it's okay for him to have his different opinions and for him to challenge and to be challenged. Like he would do good like in a harder setting. Like it seems counterintuitive, but he would actually do better in like a harder setting where the adults give more freedom and challenge the child more than a setting where they like try to baby him and put him in a box because he's not gonna that he won't like. um You said that's why he's in therapy because he needs to learn some tools and recognize when he needs to self-soothe. Yes, this is very hard. This is very hard for him, right? Because he's also a child, you know. But yes, in the long term, in the long run, for success in the world, because the world is about relationships and connecting. Yes, absolutely. He has to learn how as a child, hard, right? This is a child that, you know, eventually when he does grow up and you're telling him about himself, it's like you were a piece of work. You gave me gray hairs. You gave me wrinkles. Like that's his personality. Like if you don't just go along with everything, right? And of course, you're not going to go along with everything because you're Virgo. So you square him, right? So your Virgo stellium falls in his 10th house of the parent, of the authority figure, of the structure, of the governing body. And this is exactly what he like doesn't want. He doesn't want to be governed. He doesn't want to be told what to do. Everything is squaring, right? So your Virgo stellium that you have is squaring his ascendant, not necessarily all the way down to his Mercury, Moon, and Jupiter, but nonetheless, it's the same energy, right? But it's exactly squaring his ascendant. So it's like the way you are, it challenges him. And vice versa, he challenges you. So that's the tension that you probably feel with him. You said he's a ball of masculinity. He does his thing. You're right. He's so much fun though and smart. Yes, Sagittarius people are the most fun. These are the people you want to party with. These are the people you want to go on trips with. These are the people that you want to hang out with because they're going to they're going to make everything larger than life, right? They're going to blow everything up, make it, either 10 times better or they're going to make it 10 times worse. But most of the time they're making things 10 times better. So, yes, like they're very intelligent. They have their own path. Like you can't tell a Sagittarius person what to do, what to think, how to feel. You should do it this way. No. They will just run over you. They'll shoot one of their arrows at you. Like even if you're right, you could be 100% factually correct, and if they don't want to hear that, they'll shoot you down. So, you know, that's the thing with him. You said, "Yes, I don't go along with everything, and the good thing is he doesn't want to upset me, so he listens the second time." A little challenge, but he listens eventually. Yeah. You just have to stand your ground with him. That's the thing. Until he develops that, empathy and understanding for the other person, it's like you just have to stand your ground. Yes, super fun. So, yeah, so that's a big part of his personality because, it's his ascendant, it's his moon, and then his sun. He has his sun in Scorpio. So this also makes him very, very deep. This makes him again, it makes him kind of a one of one type of person as well, because he understands life on a very, very deep level. And that's another reason why, like, this is not someone that's just gonna like do what everyone else is doing, because he can kind of sense BS. He can sense the underlying um reason why something is happening. And if he senses that there's some BS, or you're trying to like, how you can kind of like tell kids little white lies, like he's like, no, like don't lie to me, like I know that's BS, or this is BS, or like that's not true, like even if he can't really like say it, like he knows. So that's what makes him very like interesting to you, very intriguing to you, very mysterious to you, because he's picking up on the undercurrents. He's picking up on the things behind the scenes. He's picking up on the nonverbal communication. He's picking up on people's energies, people's vibes. How are you talking to me? Normally you talk to me like this. Now you're talking to me like this. Okay, what does that mean? Like, so he's very deep. He's very intense. He is his own person, and he can't be changed nor manipulated, which is a good thing and a bad thing, right? It's a good thing and a bad thing. And he can sense people's intentions. Like he can know, oh, this is a bad person, this is a good person, or I don't like what this person's on right now. Like he's very intelligent. He's very emotionally intelligent. That is the type of person that he is. So yeah, and all of this is sitting in this 12th house, first house part of the chart, which is the beginning and the end. So, like, yes, he's like a baby, but it's like he also has this like quiet wisdom about him too. So he's a very interesting person. He's a very, very, very interesting type of person. Now, in terms of his career, like how would you utilize that? How would you like how could he use that for his benefit? Well, number one, he has the ruler of the 10th in the first. So he needs to form his own path, right? Like, or he needs to do something where he's in charge, he's the boss, his word goes, he's, leading something, where he's a part of an organization that sees something in a specific way and everyone thinks the same way and everyone's going in the same direction. That is going to be good for him. Like as long as everyone's on the same page and everyone's going in the same direction and it's a very like honest environment, let's say, he could do very, very well in that. So either he needs to lead the organization or he needs to be a part of an organization that all has the same mindset. Because again, he's gonna see through any type of BS. Like if the company is like not good and they're not treating people well, he's gonna be like, no, I don't like it here. You said you're right, and he has his own confidence. He doesn't cry to make friends, and kids actually want to be his friend, right? Because he is one of one. Like he is who he is, so people will be drawn to him. So people can be drawn to his ideas. People can be drawn to his energy, and with that, he can either influence them or sell them or get them to do things for him, right? He can use his influence and bring people to him to get done what he needs to get done. Like he doesn't need to go out and like work. He can attract to him, right? So him having like, a normal repetitive work job, like no, he has more power than that. He can bring the money to him. He can bring the resources to him. He can suss out what's good and what's not good. So that can be utilized, in a very powerful way. You said yes, he doesn't like liars or injustice. Right. Sagittarius people that's who they are. They are about the truth. They are about being in the upstanding position, right? And anyone that's not in that position plus his Scorpio, like he's not gonna like that, right? He's not gonna be interested in that. So that's a good skill to have for sure. He doesn't have to work hard, he just needs to find a way to leverage his unique energy for himself. Let's see what else you said. So yeah, so that's the type of person he'll be, and he'll just continue to grow into that as he gets older. And we talked about career and family. So he has Neptune in his fourth house, and Neptune is there. So I feel like he's someone that like family is not that it's not important to him, but it's not. He doesn't need, let's say, like a strong family unit to lean back on. He can create his own identity, right? Like he doesn't need his identity is in himself, and whatever work he decides to do with his life, like that's enough to define him. He doesn't need to be defined by, oh, I come from this family and my mom is this and my dad is that, and that gives him identity or that gives him status or that makes him feel like he's like standing on top of something. Like he doesn't necessarily need that. I think that he is more of someone that's like, I'm creating my own legacy. I'm creating my own identity. Again, it's more about him. So I feel like family, like, him building a family of his own is not really like not something that's gonna be super important to him. Like, of course, like, he has family, right? He has a unit in you right now, but even he has the ruler of the 7th house of relationships in his 1st house. So again, it's like if people are in his life, right? Like if he has a girlfriend in his life or a wife in his life, it's still about him. Like it's still about him. It's more about that person supporting him to be more of who he wants to be, as opposed to him, you know, like going the other direction. So as long as the family is, he has support in some type of way, I don't think he's going to be really actively even looking for that. He even has Uranus in his 5th house of like love, dating, romance, and children. So I think that he will be unconventional and non traditional in that aspect as well. So, it's like, right, the family he has, right? He has you, he has his dad, he has grandparents, he has aunts, uncles, whatever, like all that's cool, all that's fine. Um, but I think it's just not something he's gonna really identify with. It's not something he's really gonna be like, oh, family is everything and, things like that. Like, not really. It's something he's a little bit more detached from, something that he's a bit more like when it serves a purpose, it serves a purpose. And if it doesn't serve a purpose, it doesn't serve a purpose, right? Because he he it's just not something that he needs. He doesn't need to lean on it. He has a lot of strength in himself. Like he's a very strong person, you know. Um and yeah, I think like when it comes to family with Neptune and Chiron in his 4th house, like if he did, build his own family, I think he would be a little bit more distant. Um, a bit more like it's like he's there, he's not there, you don't know when he's coming, right? Because he's following his own path. He's not gonna change his path for anyone. He's not gonna be like, oh, because I'm married and because I have kids, I have to like be at home. No, if my path is leading me towards being in Tokyo, then I'm gonna be in Tokyo. So that's kind of more of the way that he feels about it. Like it's not gonna hold him down. He's not gonna make decisions um based upon it. I think he will prefer to definitely be like far away or distant, especially because he has Neptune trining his sun in the 12th. So having his sun in the 12th naturally makes him like kind of distant from society in some way. It makes him like he doesn't really need to be a part of everything going on in the world. Like he's okay being off on his own, like being in his own world, being in his own reality. He's okay with that. And Neptune in the 4th is like a very strong indicator of like moving away from home or being away from the homeland. I guess technically he is away from his birthplace, right? So like being away from the birthplace, being disconnected from like family in a way. So I think that's more normal. So he could definitely be a traveler. That could be something he does, and I mean, he's a Sagittarius, right? So that could make him a traveler. But he could definitely be a traveler, or he could be someone that, yeah, his job just takes him away to foreign places. Um, you said, I hope we continue to stay close because we're tight. Yeah, I'm sure that your unique individual relationship with him will stay the same. But I just think like the way he thinks about the family unit, um, as he grows older will be a bit more unconventional, right? He might not be someone that's like thinking, oh, I have to have a wife and have kids. Like he could be, no, I want to travel the world. I want to explore different places. I want to be, here or there. Like he may be more of that type of person. He told me if pregnancy will hurt me, he doesn't want siblings. Oh, that's so cute. Um, yeah, like he is a sweet person. I think he's an empathetic person. He's a kind person, but he he's more focused on himself, for sure. It's like himself and what he wants and things being the way that he wants it to go. Like that's his number one. Like he is number one in his life for sure, which I think is really healthy. I think it's healthy for, kids to be thinking about themselves and be number one. So I think that's a good thing. Yeah. I would say he definitely is someone who is at his core, at his root, like he means well, like regardless of how he behaves or how he acts or being opinionated, like he does care about people. Um, it's just people, he definitely wants things to be a certain way for sure. So it doesn't show anything about his birth father who's not in his life. So the father in his chart is uh, Mercury, because Virgo is the 10th house. And he has Mercury in the first. Mercury is at 9 degrees, which is the Sag degree, which is the first house. Mm, not necessarily, but I think that that probably could relate to the Chiron in his fourth. There certainly is some type of um, wound around family. And the Chiron's at 28 degrees, which is a Cancer degree, and Cancer is the eighth house of like traumas and secrets and things like that. So that could be something that does affect him in the long run. He might need to do work about that in the future when he's older. It could affect his ability to, um, be emotionally open and intimate. It could affect the way either his desire to actually want to have kids or um, his ability to be like open with his partner, which is difficult anyways for Sag people because this eighth house Cancer is their blind spot. So it certainly could be. I would more wait and ask him, like, wait to see how it actually affects him. Like, is he showing, any type of signs of this bothering him or affecting him? Then I would address it because he has his north node here, which this is something that doesn't really come online till we're like much later in life anyways. So it might not even be something that he's able to process and understand right now. But, if he says it's a problem or there are behaviors that would be congruent with having an absent father, then I would start to look into it. But, I think at this particular moment in time, it's not really like a huge thing for him. You said I want to do therapy first, then let him know. Wait, you said I haven't talked about his bio dad. I think he forgot him, so I have to bring it up. Oh, okay. You said I hope he grows to know I tried my best. Yeah, I mean, look, like you could do everything right in the world and your child can still have their feelings about you because it's their feelings and they can't understand what you're doing until number 1, they have the maturity, and number 2, likely till they have their own kids of their own, and then they look back and recognize. So, if you want to do certain things for him, like, do it. Just do it out of the kindness of your own heart, but, like, don't have expectations or hold it over him like, "I do all this for you. I did XYZ for you." No, it's like, do it because you wanna do it, and it makes you happy, and you'll be able to die knowing that you did everything you could do, but the way he perceives it is his perspective, right? Because as we can see, he's gonna have his own opinions no matter what the factual truth and reality is. So, you just have to do what makes you feel good and leave it at that. I did my best. I feel good with this, but he can have his own feelings about, you know, he can have his own feelings. You said I left his father who was toxic and abusive when he was a year old. He doesn't know anything. And honestly, I've moved on and I won't tell him the bad. Yeah. Like if he asks if he wants to know at some point in the future, sure. But, if he doesn't want to know or he's not interested or he just doesn't, you know, I don't know, have like the maturity to, care, then, maybe it never is a problem. Maybe it never is like a big thing. If he says it's a problem, then okay, then that's a problem. But I wouldn't like assume it's gonna be a problem because like I said, he is so individualistic. He is so self-focused. The world for him really does like happen through his lens. Like be he may not really care that much. He said, last question, do you see him working in technology? He's so good at things and how he work. I mean, yeah, definitely. He has Virgo 10th house. So that's going to give him a very like detail oriented type of mind, a systematic type of mind. Like, okay, what are the steps to this? How does this work? Like, so yeah, he could definitely be in technology for sure. Yeah, like he has that type of brain for sure. He could very much so do that. And he has Aquarius as his third house. So this makes him an out of the box thinker. This makes him someone that, you know, sees things in a completely different perspective than everybody else. He has Mars here as well, so he can make him a very quick thinker, like a fast thinker, an aggressive thinker. Like his mind moves very quickly. And he has Uranus in the fifth house. So, he could just do stuff like that for fun. Like he may find like breaking things and fixing them like fun, and then eventually he could turn that into like a part of his career for sure. It's certainly a possibility. He's good at anything like where there's like systems and where everything has to like go a particular way. And if something's broken, then you have to go back and fix the system. Like he could be very, very good at the little minute details. So yeah, that is certainly a possibility. Mhm. So yeah, he's definitely a very special kid for sure. He knows his own path. He knows his own way. He just needs to be encouraged and given the tools to do what makes sense for him, and he will get where he needs to go. Like, as long as there's, like, a structure, someone, kind of going, "Okay, you're just gonna stay in this lane. I'm not gonna tell you what to do, just stay in this lane," and if you give him that, like, freedom to sort of, uh, run around within a structure, he will find his path for sure. This is not someone that needs guidance. He doesn't need coaching. He is the guide. He is the coach. He is the teacher. And so, as long as he's just given the tools to do what he wants to do, he'll get there. Like He will get there for sure. He's an independent thinker. He's a unique thinker. He's not super caught up, you know, in his emotions. Yes, he's a water sign, but chart ruler is an Aquarius, right? So he's very logical. He can feel very passionate about what he thinks, right? But he's very logical. He picks up on the undercurrents. He's emotionally intelligent, and he is also logically intelligent as well. So, he's a little force to be reckoned with for sure. So, I think as long as you just keep doing what you're doing, I think you're completely fine. If you just don't no, his chart ruler is Jupiter, but the ruler of his sun is in Aquarius. So the ruler of his sun is Mars, and Mars is in Aquarius. So Mars in Aquarius also is a big part of him as well. And Mars in Aquarius is radical. That's radical. So he is a one of one. He is a free thinker. He is, an out of the box thinker. So yeah, you just have to let him be him, and he will find his own unique path to getting done whatever he feels he wants to get done. I have no question that he will do it. He can be emotionally volatile, right? Scorpio and chart ruler in Aquarius. He can be emotionally volatile, sure. He has that in fixed signs. So yes, he can feel things very, very deeply and stay stuck on things, sure. He could be larger than life, sure. This is his personality, it's just his personality. It's who he is. And he'll learn as he grows, like, okay, what's socially acceptable and what's not. If I want people to do what I want to do, okay, I can't yell at them. He will figure those things out as he, grows up. But, as long as he just has the support, the tools, the resources, I have no concern about him. He said people ask me all the time, how did I get him into his interests, plumbing, highways, mountains? I'm like, he's his own person. He's his own person. He's already come downloaded with these weird particular interests. That's just who he is. You said I've tamed most of the tantrums, but he still speaks his mind. Yeah, he's always going to be that type of person. He's always going to be that type of person who speaks his mind because he has Mercury on his ascendant. So that's what he will be known for, is his mind, the way he communicates. And he has Moon with Mercury, so it's emotional communication, and it can be very powerful. It can be used for good, but it can also be used for bad. We all have weird stuff like that in our charts that can go both ways if it's not. And as children, we normally express the unhinged version, right? But as we grow, we learn consequences, we learn social norms. We understand that we can't do those things. So he will learn. He's challenged people. Yeah, he's a challenger. But it's an interesting, like they always like him like teachers. Yeah. Yeah. He has a good mind, right? So people who are educators, they like interesting minds. They like good minds. So he will do well in that environment as long as the teacher is not forcing him and telling him what to think. He will be fine. If he can express himself and the teacher's like, okay, yeah, explain it to me or tell me why you think that way, and they encourage him, then he will respect that teacher more. But if they're like, no, it's not like this, it's like this, then that's when they're going to fight. That's when they're going to challenge, and he will challenge anything that he doesn't think think is right. So, who knows? Like, maybe he's gonna be a social warrior, social justice warrior. It can be used for something, positive in that way. Um, but I think these are just young boy, normal young boy behaviors. Yeah. Yeah, as long as he's in the right environment, he will thrive. In the wrong environment, he struggles. Oh, yes. Yeah, he's fun for sure. You are welcome. Good luck. Yes, sure, of course. Alrighty, love. So here is your chart. Let me just put this here. All right, so here is your chart. So we'll start with yesterday because that was the first transit of the month. So December 4th, we had the full moon in Gemini. And this for you is in your sixth house of work, health, and daily routine. So I know that you are right now in the process of wrapping up your current position, your current role, and you're going to be going into a new one. And that lines up very well with the new moon in Sagittarius. So the new moon in Sag happens around December 19th. So that would be like a new beginning for you. And you're starting around the 14th. So makes sense. But uh, closer to the 14th, Mars will move into Capricorn. So Mars will move into your first house. And Mars is about our action and what we're doing. And so it's showing that you're starting something new. So, but anyhow, this full moon in Gemini is just kind of highlighting to you the end of a current way of doing your daily routine, the end of, certain work, certain responsibilities. I know that you're going to be like changing, sleep patterns and everything. So over the next couple of weeks, you're making preparations and um, adjusting yourself for the new cycle to come. Then on December 10th, Neptune is going to go direct in the sign of Pisces. So you have been dealing with Neptune in Pisces for the last 14 years. Okay. This has been in your third house of your mindset and your communication. So over, a period of 14 years, it's very possible that you have become like more spiritual, or you have understood things on a deeper level, or you have felt more connected to like the other side in some way. It's also possible during this time that maybe you have um, been confused during this time, or not sure, or lacked clarity as well when it comes to like thinking, like when it comes to making decisions, like, should I do this or should I do that? I don't really know. You maybe have had to rely a little bit more on your intuition. I mean, sometimes maybe that's led you wrong. Maybe sometimes that's led to great things, but nonetheless, you're all done with that now. And Neptune is going to be moving into your fourth house next month. And so that's going to bring healing and spirituality to your fourth house of your home, family, and your emotional well being. So that's going to be a really big change, a big shift for you. Then on December 11th, we'll have a third quarter moon in the sign of Virgo. So this for you is your ninth house. And this will be at 20 degrees. And so it's going to be, right in your stellium here. And so this whole lunar month started off with a new moon in Scorpio, which was your 11th house of your goals, plans, and dreams for the future. And this new moon in Scorpio is likely what has brought about, the changes that you're making in your career. You likely are seeing a different future for yourself, or you're seeing a pathway that you'd rather go down that's different than the one that you've been going down. So now with the third quarter moon in your ninth house, it's saying, okay, in order to adjust to this new path, we need a new mindset. And that's what your reading was a lot about. It was about coming at things from a new mindset, from a higher perspective, understanding the big picture of your life, right? Like the little details, or whether you do this job or this job is insignificant. As long as you're working towards what you want, that's all that matters, right? It doesn't matter like the way it looks, as long as you're getting to the ultimate goal, fine, and you could find other ways in your life where maybe you wanted things to be a certain way, you've wanted things to look a certain way, or be perceived in a certain way. And now you're realizing, why did I care about that? Like, what's the point? Like, it doesn't matter, right? You're realizing what really matters in life. You're realizing, I just want happiness. I just want peace. I just want, this. I just want to be with my son, whatever it is. And then everything else can kind of start to fall away. And you can release the stress of things that like just really don't really matter at this point in your life. So that's where I think all of that like ninth house stuff will start to come online for you. And on that same day, Mercury moves into Sagittarius. So this is what I was talking about. You have a lot of stuff going on in your 12th house this month. And Mercury for you rules your ninth house. It rules all of the stuff in your stellium. So now all of your ninth house stuff and your Mercury, which is in your 10th house, are all coming into the 12th house. So everything is sort of wrapping up here. Everything is culminating. You're making sense of the last chapter of your life. You're making sense of past events. You're understanding why things needed to happen for you, the growth that it brought, and how if those things didn't happen, you wouldn't be the person who you are right now. You wouldn't have the perspective that you have right now. And it's sort of appreciating that. It's appreciating, the people who were there and left, the people who treated you wrong, the people who didn't believe in you. It's appreciating the experiences, the jobs, the opportunities that didn't work out, and going, okay, you know what? I see the path now. I see the way this works. I understand that you have to fall to learn. I understand that I had to go through hard things to learn. And being grateful, right? With Mercury in Sag, being grateful for that, and just wrapping all of that up and getting ready for a whole brand new experience of 2026, which is going to bring with it a whole new set of lessons, a whole new set of new problems, of new opportunities to grow, of new emotional struggles and battles. It's going to bring a whole new set of things. So it's like clear out the old, make peace with it, forgive where forgiveness is needed, and just clear the space for a new cycle. Then on December 15th, Mars will move into Capricorn, and this for you is your first house. So Mars loves to be in Capricorn. And with Mars in Capricorn, this is going to give you a lot of energy. It's going to give you a lot of willpower. It's going to give you a lot of determination. So this is really good energy to have when you're starting a new job, right? Because it's going to require a lot of you at least initially until it becomes normal for you. So Mars being in your first house right now is awesome because it's going to give you that get up and go. You'll be able to sort of just be on and work hard and be very disciplined and be very smart. So that will be very nice for you. Mars does rule your fourth house of home and family, so there can be some family things that do come up. There can be like disputes with family or issues with like the living situation that can potentially come up as well. But you will deal with them appropriately. Mars does also rule your 11th house if your goals, plans, and dreams for your future. So that's exactly what you're doing, right? You're taking a step farther on your journey. You're taking a step into the future. And so that could affect your family, right? It's like you're having to show up a little bit more for yourself. You're having to show up a little bit more for your future. And that can affect the present ones, the ones in your present life right now. All right, then December 19th, new moon in Sag. Okay, so that's going to be at 28 degrees. And so it's going to be kind of close to Uranus, kind of, sort of. But nonetheless, it's a new moon in your 12th house at the very, very end of your chart. So there's a bit of a continuation of the Sagittarius work that you're doing this month into next lunar month as well. The difference with the new moon is that it's relationship oriented because the new moon is at 28 degrees and 28 degrees is a Cancer degree, and that deals with your 7th house. So you're wrapping up old relationship issues and trauma and any relationship stuff that has been lingering. This is what you're going to be working on from the halfway point of December into January. So there can be relationship stuff that pops up for you. You can be thinking of people from the past. From the past can pop back up, not because you're meant to reintegrate them into your life, but rather you're meant more to sort of get closure on the situation or make sense of the situation or understand why that person came into your life, what they represented, what they were mirroring to you, what you were meant to learn from that, and release and clear that out. And that can happen in multiple types of relationships, not just like romantic, but all types. So that's going to be a theme for you halfway point through December, halfway through January. Then December 21st, Jupiter square Chiron, okay? And that's bringing us back to this 12th house. So there's a lot of deep healing work that is happening this month. And the difference between this Jupiter Chiron square, which you already experienced, is this time Jupiter's retrograde. So it's going even deeper. It's going even deeper into some type of relational issue or challenge that affects you on a deeper level, that causes some type of emotional wounding on a deeper level. So definitely pay attention to what you're thinking, what you're feeling, what's coming up, anything that happens around December 21st. Also on December 21st, the sun will move into Capricorn. Yay. So that's your first house. So the sun is being reborn in your first house. And when that happens, you can feel reborn as well. Like when the sun is in your first house, it feels like there's like a warm hug around you. The energy comes back, your life comes back, your vitality comes back. The time before, you can feel just a little bit like off. So that'll be nice when that comes in, especially when it hits your ascendant, which won't be for a little while, not until 2026, but nonetheless, it'll be in your first house. And so you'll feel that warmth, you'll feel that energy. And that also is the first day of winter. So you are like a winter person. You're a very winter person. So this is like a season that you can feel a little bit more alive, right? The Capricorn tendencies, the efficiency, the resourcefulness, the minimalism, like all of that becomes good during this time. So this is the time of the year where you get to shine a bit more. Then on December 21st, Christmas Eve, Venus will enter Capricorn. And so that's always nice as well. When Venus is in your first house, you feel more valuable, you feel more beautiful, you can look more beautiful. This could be a time to go and do like beauty treatments, or maybe you're going to change your appearance in some way, like change your hair, change your makeup, change your clothes. You may be like very focused on your aesthetic in some way. Yeah, you might be wanting to change your wardrobe, like everything over into winter clothes. This would be the time that you would like want to do that. And Venus rules your 10th house of career and your status. So you might want to change your appearance some way to like match the status that you're going into, right? So you're changing jobs and you might want to have an appearance that is more for that. Like maybe you kind of like wore a certain type of aesthetic in your old position and you like looked a certain way and you presented in a certain way. You might want to like present yourself in a different way, or like say, you know what, like this is how I did my hair then. I'm going to do my hair like this now. Like something like that. You could like want to change something about yourself. Then finally on December 27th, we'll have a first quarter moon in the sign of Aries. So this is going to be in your fourth house, and this is at 6 degrees. So this is a Virgo degree. So there could be, again, like I said, with you starting a new position and, you know, you're changing your routine, you're changing your schedule, you're pushing a little bit more towards your future. You're kind of like elevating your life in some way, and you're doing a lot of behind the scenes work that can cause for some type of issue when it comes to the home and the family and like who you present as there. Right now, maybe your family, your child, right, they kind of know you as one thing, like this is how you show up, this is how you act. Maybe with your new schedule, you kind of have to show up in a different way, and it just takes a second for like the unit to get on board with that, to understand this new change, and also for you to emotionally get on board with the changes that you're making and the life path that you're taking right now and what life is asking of you. There could just be a second of like, okay, I need to make sense of this, or I need to just get my mind in the right place. You know, it's like, you're fine, you're going to do it. You know, it's just, it might require a different version of you. You might find that you have to show up in a new way that you haven't shown up before. And you could need a second to just make that little transition. But I have no doubt that you will do it. No doubt at all. Following this third quarter moon, as we get into January, the next full moon after that is going to be in the sign of Cancer. And so that for you is going to be your seventh house. So definitely, as you make some changes and transitions and you're doing this inner work this month, that's very much so related to your relationships, there will be a moment that comes where you have to redefine your relationship with the people around you and redefine the way that you show up, because you're becoming a different person. You're in the process of becoming a different person, and as you release some of the underlying emotional baggage that's there, um you're going to naturally be vibrating on a different level, and everyone else needs to get on board. They need to get on board with, okay, this is your new schedule. This is the way you're moving in your life now. This is the way that you're showing up. These are the things that you're working on. These are the things that are important for you. And everyone needs to kind of fall in line with that. Okay. So that is the month for you. Oh, you're so welcome. It's my pleasure, of course. I believe in you. I believe in your path. I believe in your journey. I think you're going to do fantastic things. So it is my pleasure to guide you. And yeah, this month for you it's a lot of the inner work. It's a lot of just the inner work, but you're doing the inner work so you can show up in the way that you want to. It's just the necessary path to being the person that you wanna be. So, I hope that that was helpful for you. Awesome. So, I will talk to you hopefully very soon. Good luck with everything that comes up. Aw, thank you so much. My pleasure.